Looks like I'm finally getting the hang of working with Open Broadcaster and YouTube. YouTube, of course, still has its huge 2-minute lag, but I think stream status is good, which is always good. Streaming at 1080p, which is always good. YouTube, of course, still has its huge... Okay. 2-minute lag. Actually, lag doesn't seem to be too bad either. So I'm getting some good feedback from the system. And since I'm just doing prep now, I'll turn off the voice modulator. So I can actually figure out where the heck Morphox is.
Alrighty.
But I think stream. Okay. 2-minute lag. Actually, lag doesn't seem to be too bad either.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that bad at all.
I'm getting some good feedback from the system. And since I'm just doing prep now, I'll turn off the voice modulator. So I can actually figure out where the heck Morphox is.
Alrighty. So everything on my end seems to be working just fine. It says I am streaming, but getting some initial prep stuff set up, and then I will talk about the current mod organizer setup before we jump into the game itself and do some testing. So bear with me for a few moments while I get everything up and a-going. Alrighty, so let's talk, shall we? Let us talk about where we are, and what we're doing. I don't know why I'm repeating myself. Anyway, so These are all of the files I have currently yet to install and do anything with. A good number of the ones at the top of my list are actually multi-part files. So if I were to open up this one, you get something like this, where if you go to the different stages, you have all of these sub-options. So I'm actually going to do a separate stream just on how you handle, with Model Organizer, these multi-part installers that have all these subsections. And at least my policy for doing it, which is typically to create little groupings. Like, I'll reinstall the same mod several times just so I can swap options. Like, for example, if we go to, for example, I can go with Ren's Flame Astronaut, this one. You can see I've got this one, which is basically just a high-definition version of the vanilla files, and then I've got the Magma version. I've got another one, like my jumping animation, which is the same file. I just installed it twice so I could swap between the two for whatever I was doing with my testing. So that's jump. But even these are pretty small. They have 1 or 2 options, not like 40. I mean, if we quickly scroll through here, you'll see here I've got, oh, that's a 2-part thing. It just has a patch file, basically. For example, animated dragon wings. There's a standard size, the 150% scale, and the 50% scale. So that's the same mod installed 3 times, just so I had the options so I can find which one works best for me. Or you have, say, the Dovahkinder collection, which is a high-definition retexture, styled retexture of the child's clothing. So there's just a high-definition version of the vanilla clothes, and there's one that retextures the 3 children's clothes into a more of a royal look. One that's more of a north, sort of wintry look. One that's more of a night look. One that's more of an explorer look. And since I did put the Seasons of Skyrim winter on, and I put the Seasons of Skyrim, and I put the Christmassy menu up, I think I'll switch over to Northchild. I was just going to check out vanilla, but I'm going to go with Northchild just for a little bit of theming. For example, growing up in Skyrim, which is a children overhaul, I have 2 versions of it installed, RS Children version and the original Children, depending on how I want to do it. Today, one of the things we're testing out is bigger dragons. There's a lot of little things in here. Like, another thing we're testing out is X Vivid Landscapes. I made selections on it to make sure it's around using the 512. That's vanilla size textures as opposed to the 1K or whatnot. And I'm also testing out X-Vision children, so we have some actual variety in the children, so them all being young Nords. We've got some of the old ones in here. And as you can see, I have a ton of them installed but not activated because, like I said, this is all about testing. So I have tons and tons of files, as you can see here. And this isn't even my complete list. I still have a handful of bookmarks on my computer that I have to sort through. Probably put that as my default link. So, for example, I have my mod Skyrim, and I have all of these utilities, patches, UI. A lot of these are redundant. I already have them installed, but I haven't sorted through them and cleaned out the repetitions. But then we have this folder here, which is all new stuff. So like, I've got this, what I call set 5, which is primarily stuff that's not on the Nexus, or it's just kind of unusual. This is literally stuff that is not on the Nexus. Set 5 is basically newer stuff I found, and I just kind of threw it all together, as well as some like notes and modding stuff. Non-Nexus is all not Nexus stuff, but some of those stuff I have actually installed. And so there's all of this stuff that I still have to download and install for testing. But that said, we still have a pretty huge list right here just for installing and testing. And if we pop over to Archives, is it Archives? No, it's Plugins. That's probably the best way to do it. When we go to the mod index, we'll see the actual, no, let's go to priority. We'll see the actual ones that are active. So we have got the winter landscape. The unofficial patches. I've got the winter landscape seasons, Skyrim climates overhaul. Normally, honestly, I wish someone would make a season mod for Skyrim that was fall, because we really don't have a fall theme. We have a spring themed one, we have a summer spring one, we have a winter themed one, but we don't really have one for the transition between summer and winter, which is kind of a bummer. But I guess for when I want to deal with fall, I'll just turn off the landscape mods. Even though that's still kind of weird, because in some areas of Skyrim, with the mod off, you'll have like River Riften, which has, it's got a very autumny feel to it. The trees are turning colors, there's rain, there's leaves falling. But if you go to, say, Winterhold or Windhelm, it's always snowing and whatnot. Of course, we've got the Lantern of Skyrim, we've got the Claralux for a little bit better lighting setup. We've got race compatibility, which is kind of and sort of not really being used. It's so you can have more playable races, but I'm not really using non-standard races. Then we've got the Spice of Life, which adds some variety to the NPCs. Exes and Children, which changes the children themselves. Death Alternative, Your Money or Your Life. This is the even though I don't use it at all, it's the HDT High Heels ESM, which is required for some of the HTC physics-based stuff. And of course, we've got these patches, which are all dummies. Cutting Room Floor. We've got this, Transparent and Reflecting Icicles and Frost Axnock. We're working with the Modesty mod, the Race Menu plugin, the Havoc Hair, the Take Note, the Enhanced Ebony Blade, which is, if I recall correctly, and I'm not confusing it with a different Ebony Blade mod, because I have so many mods I'm organizing and testing, this actually restores it to its full functionality that's talked about in the book, and that's basically, and in the lore of the games, it basically is that if you attack someone with it, it doesn't flag them as an enemy, instead of just being a vampiric blade. You have the Beastmask of Skyrim. This one is a newer mod that we were testing out, Almost Everyone is Adventurer, basically. Now, I did log in before this stream, made sure the game booted up and all that fun stuff. And I also configured a few of the MCM menus. But basically what this is it allows you to recruit anyone who is friendly to you as a companion. Bigger Dragons does as the name implies. I like my dragons to be intimidating. I have a number of armory textures. So Apotheosis Light Armor, I'm not sure which one is. I'm not sure if I really want to activate that. Oh well, we'll see. Magic Armor Visuals, that's the, I believe, yep, that's the True Alteration Armors. So in Skyrim itself, buried in this code, there is actually individual visual effects for the various armor spells. So like Oak Flesh, Iron Flesh, Stone Flesh, Dragon Flesh. They actually had armor effects that fit those. Now, when people were when I did my first stream a few days ago, and my character was woke up from being a thrall of a necromancer and tried to fight the necromancer and ultimately got killed, where death alternative kicked in. You saw that right there in the first fight, because the necromancer put up Oak Flesh. They had like an Oak Flesh, shader on them. You'll see it when we fight mages at some point who are using Oak Flesh, or when my own character picks up Oak Flesh. Simple little fix: disables the water emerging breath sound effect if you have water breathing effects or a vampire or whatever. Auto aim, just to make my game a little bit easier. Thieves Guild requirements, extended UI, better stealth AI for followers. Even though I have followers right now, it'd be nice to just have that in effect. I have helmet toggle, the bigger trees, soul gems differ, some HDT capes, which I'm thinking I might just have to disable, because as nice as it is, I can't seem to find the capes anywhere to buy them, so I'd have to add them both via console, and man, don't really feel like doing that. The Werewolf Aftermath Re-Equipper. Again, this character's probably going to be a werewolf, so that was nice to keep in mind. I have female mannequins. I have the Empire coat. This is another HTC Physics clothing, and this is a big part of the testing, is the physics item. I'll have to figure out how I get that, or I'll just have to add it through console. Improved Dragon Wrench Shout, which will force them out of the ground. Same thing with Clear Skies, even though I don't have those yet. I have the mods in effect. I have more HD, burn-free shock effects, follower commentary overhaul. That's a pretty new one, which basically adds or enables followers who because I'm sure you've all noticed this, that most followers, like 99% of all followers, are sharing basically voice actors. And since they share voice actors, that means that they should be able to share dialogue. But Bethesda, in order to make the characters a little different from each other, they lock certain lines behind different characters, and this sort of opens that up. So, if you're one of Gopher's minions like I am, and you've watched him after he installed it, Karja went from saying 3 lines to 5 lines. So the lines that are expanded are not just random lines; they fit the character more or less. You could make arguments that it doesn't, but it does expand on it. That's my unlocked grip. There's the Jaxor's MCM kicker. Here is the HDT tails. Show race menu alternative. Some an ebony rechange from a Midianborn. Jaxor's Lights, the Hair Physics Project, Character Maker Extender, relatively new edition as well. The NPC Clothes Changer, I probably would want to hang on to that anyway. A Matter of Time. Some HD Bugs, another Physics Hair. This one will be useful since we're going actually into the Crypt by Ivarstead. We're picking up from there. That's actually where my save will open up, is right inside there. So I just basically crossed the few feet up into the Crypt and whatever. So we'll see the actual subtitles, so we'll know what they're saying. The head tracking, splash of rain. We've got the sprint mod there. I did clean up the one that always kept flagging in my loot for saying, this mod is already taken care of by the unofficial patch, and they actually find a way to remove it, so I did that. We've got unique grasses, we've got bounty gold, we've got Clothe the Dead, we've got Jaxor's Weightless Elder Scrolls, immersive spells, Fire and Ice overhaul, deadly spell impact, improved Dragon Shout's Dawn Guard Edition, Reforging Magnus, Jackson's Mac markers, name saves. There's the Weightless Elder Scrolls non-guard part. Pumping Iron, race menu, proper weapon scaling, locational damage is new. That one I've had for a while. This one is new because my character is rather sensitive about her freakish eyes. So we've got some glasses mods. We're going to try those out. Those are actually from Lover's Lab, of all places. So yeah, Lover's Lab isn't just all about hentai. They have glasses. And glasses have been around for a long time, so. We've got this one, which is face-to-face conversation. I've got an alternate blade of woe. When vampires attack, so people will run. Viewable factions. Faction ranks. That's the Empire code again. Lots of little things. I've got the Flowing Cape mod with physics. Realistic humanoid movement speed. Athletics training, player size adjuster, achieve that. The head tracking corshairs. Sky complete, Crimson Twilight armor, which again I'm probably going to disable. All the new armors, all of the armors I'm probably going to disable because really the only armor I think I'm going to keep is going to be the Tribunal mask, simply because my character would want to cover her face as much as possible. Which is also why I installed the Dwemer goggles. I'm going to test that out. Body change we've had for a while, Jacksaw zoom. I haven't really tested that out, but we'll see. I'm sure it'll get a point. It'll get tested. Footprints with the Ashes edition, affiliated bookshelves, which means you can actually put more than just 6 books on a bookshelf. It's actually a really ingenious mod. Basically, when you open up a bookshelf and put stuff onto it, it will actually fill it out to the width of the bookshelf as opposed to just, you can only put 6 books no matter what size the books are. You put 6 notes in, that fills it up. So it actually goes by their actual width. I've got the shadow fixes, vivid landscapes. If you're noticing why it's not checked in here, it's because it's a dummy. If I were to actually check this, you'll see that it's actually a dummy. It doesn't actually need the ESP selected, and all it does is add textures. We've got wet and cold. We've got realistic ragdolls and force. No spinning death animation. The Dread Tentacles, HDT. Since I'm not playing an Argonian, that's probably redundant, but whatever. Physics testing. Plus, I've got the NPC changer, so I could probably hit an NPC with that and give them some Dread Tentacles. Female mannequins get snowy. I activate iHUD. I activate, of course. Takes away the press E to activate stuff. iHUD, of course, is immersive HUD. We've got immersive snow and ice, clothing and clutter fixtures, glowing vampire eyes, feminine females, lots of little smaller mods here. Guard dialogue overhaul. So I have the guard dialogue overhaul and the follower commentary overhaul, of course. We've got some Omidian born stuff. We've got uniques. College of Winterhold. This one will probably come into play rather early on, since I'm going to have to head up to the College of Winterhold eventually for my character to get better. Book covers of Skyrim. We learn Beechcraft. We've got the Shadows patch, the cloak. We've got the cloaks. This one is rather fun, and I haven't really been noticing it. That shows just how good of a mod it is that it's so subtle and so good at its job, you don't even notice it. But basically what it is, Argonians are reptilians, so I never really liked the fact that they had breasts. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Next time I see any female Argonians, do they have breasts or are they flat-chested? Because this mod is supposed to make them flat-chested. I did turn off the robes over armor because it wasn't working. We've got the practical female armors. better Archmage robes. I think that's improves the enchantment. We have another one of my personal favorites, Digigrade Khajiit and Argonian Raptor feet. That just changes the feet. I'm gonna definitely have to keep an eye out for any Khajiit or Argonians. I saw it on the Argonians. I haven't noticed it on the Khajiit, but I haven't really had a good chance to look at their feet and see if they're Digigrade as opposed to Platigrade. The Fur Huntress armor. Probably want to keep that. That's one of the... I add that specifically because I like the design of it. This is Prometheus No Snow Under Roofs. Better dynamics now. We've got the Taverns mod that we've seen for a while. Convenient Bridges, Crimson Tide for Blood. The Convenient Bridges adds extra bridges all over the place. Wet and Cold Holidays. We've got Bloody Facial. That's a new one as well. And what it basically does is it improves the effects for getting your face messed up. Cinematic Fire effects. Kids of Skyrim is relatively new. It's an extension of the RS Children overhaul. And basically what it is since I've already got, Knocked Up in effect, I have got Baby Mamas, and I got Fat Bastards. Now we can actually have kids thrown in there. So next time I go attacking a bandit camp, I may find there are children bandits, which makes sense given everything else. But it is kind of interesting. It certainly makes the world a little bit different, doesn't it? We've got the more immersive entrance areas, the height-adjusted races, the new dragon species from Bellyache, enhanced character edit, Khajiit Experience. That's my own mod, and I'm just going to disable it for now because it's superfluous for my testing purposes. I don't need to test my own mod. This actually is the Windsong Skyrim character overhaul, and it overhauls various caricatures. Visuals, there's Expedition Children is there. So we've got several NPCs that have had their looks overhauled. Child skeletons, which literally adds, child skeletons, the kinds of skeletons that are summoned. I don't know if I installed it or if I noticed it, but I also should have beast skeletons installed as well. Better roads and bridges. Improved closed-face helms. Of course, that's a given. We've got hoods that can be worn with circlets. We've got Nightingale armor face masks. Actually, you can see the face. You can have circlets with helms. So hoods and circlets with helms are two kind of fun mods. Female to male helmets. So there's a number of helmets. Can I open this up and show you what it is and explain it? Basically, what you'll notice is that several of the armors have a completely different, several different helmets have a completely different, basically it's for the Iron and Ancient Nords. So let's pull up the Nexus. Have you ever been playing a female character, come across an Iron or Ancient Nord helmet, seeing the world inventory model and thought that was how it looked when you equipped it, and then we equipped it to discover that it looked completely different? So, yeah, it basically just makes sure that the helmets remain the same. I'm all about consistency. I've always hated in these games how if I have a female character or a male character and I loot some bandit and I put on their armor, its shape completely changes depending on the gender of my PC or my followers. It always annoyed me. I always like consistency. Okay, so next mod we have up is Khajiit Eye Colors, which just, as the name implies, Khajiit Eye Colors. Kids of Skyrim, we've got the Status mod, which gives all kinds of details on your character. The Lightning mod, the Potion Upgrading mod, which just allows you to combine, a lot of smaller potions. So, take 2 potions that heal 20 HP each, pour them into the same bottle, and now they heal 40. You get the idea. Sent to the Wolf, if you're a werewolf, wolves will leave you alone. Spells can now do sneak damage. Cloaks, so I can actually wear cloaks as well. Run for your lives, so if werewolves attack, dragons attack. And then people run, point the way, which is a sign mod. It adds more signs and cleans up the sign shape. Fallen tree bridges, so we have now large trees. unique border gate, the various guard replacer, this static mesh improvement mod, improved dragon shouts again, dragon fire, which makes dragon shouts more powerful and more dramatic, enchanting freedom. Oh, actually, let's look at this, because I skipped over this one, didn't I? This is a Dark Brotherhood armory texture. Enchanting freedom basically lifts all of the restrictions on enchantments. So instead of only being able to put brawn enchantments on your boots, or only being able to put, basically all armor enchantments are valid on all items and so on. Because I really hated the idea that you can't really control how your enchantments work. It's like, well, I've disenchanted this, but will it work on whatever? You don't know. Predator Vision, of course, Gopher's great mod. Shady Vendors is a relatively new addition as well, which basically just means that there's fences that you can sell stolen stuff to. Nothing terribly tricky about that. Let me pull it up so I can so that it's a little bit better explained than how I'm explaining it. Okay. I have to say, I saw a request on the forum, thought it would be fun to execute. The mod makes Revan, Sadri, and Bellathor buy stolen goods because, well, they kind of, we just did the quest the other day with Sadri that he actually does buy stolen goods. He regrets it, but he does do it. And Bellathor's big line is that anything you see in my store is for sale. Anything, my friend. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second. So, of course, he sells stolen goods. Shadow striping fixes, the knocked up one, of course, the pregnancy one. House Carl sleep in my bed. Signs of Skyrim. Name should be self-explanatory. This is a newer edition. Innkeepers will actually sleep. I know, crazy. This is also a fun new edition. The Master of Time and Space. So this will be a fun spell to pick up because it'll allow me to actually freeze time and set up essentially a VATS-like response. My game is a tiny bit slow, so having an ability to freeze time is kind of just useful for all-around playstyle for me. There's My Skin Is Not My Own, which is also a fun little mod, which we'll get to when we get to High Hrothgar. Some additional bound armors. We've got glowing eyes, vampire fixes, more little dead body collisions, faction clothing. So let's take a look at that. This will add you to the faction of the owner of the Kuras or mask. Taking it off will move you from the faction. So, Bandit Kuras, Diedrich Kuras, Dragon Priest mask, so on and so forth. If I put on any of these things, it'll add me to those factions, and they'll treat me as one of those. So, if I put on the Stormcloak Kuras, Stormcloaks will treat me as one of their own. Obviously, they still treat me as one of their own, but you get the idea. Actually, that might be something interesting to test. If I put this on, will they treat my Imperial better because they'll think that they're a member of the Stormcloak Rebellion? That should be a fun thing to test, so I'll have to give it a try. Stormcloak Officer, for those who know what the Stormcloak Officer armor looks like, he basically wears a big bear cloak, so I guess it's a fun little thing that they did, is that the bears will think you're one of them. Thalmor robes. Actually, the fun thing about the Thalmor robe is that there actually is a case where this is actually done in the vanilla game, but it's in one very, very limited case, so it's kind of nice when it's out there all together. The Town Guard Kuras. So we've only seen Windhelm, so we really haven't seen any other Town Guard, so we really haven't seen the Town Guard diversity in effect, but it should be interesting to see all these things. I think I'm actually going to hold that off on the side, assuming I can still... Nope, I actually can't. look at other stuff. But consistent older people, this is another fun one. I thought I had it installed for a while, but I haven't. So this one that we're going to be taking a look at during our testing, or keeping an eye out for, is, have you ever noticed that NPCs are clearly meant to be elderly if you look at their faces, but their bodies seem far more appropriate for a younger person? Furthermore, this is not consistent. Some older NPCs have bodies and faces that match, yada yada yada. So basically it just fixes the visual disparity between their body and their face. Unique border gates, gold piles, the lanterns, Parthenon lambos, ice flows, and the hold border banners. We haven't really seen them because, again, we haven't been leaving the hold, but it's basically banners at the edges of each hold to tell you when you're leaving and when you're entering, sort of like when you change state. The Ring of Change, Bury the Dead, Assassin Armor Fix, Bandage Fix, Unique Radiant and Party Clothes, so not just the same thing with it, the same as regular fancy clothes, just with a different texture. Real Clouds, Red Mountain Erupts. That's something you just basically notice in the background, is that it's always kind of still smoking. I probably don't need this one, but it'll be useful to have. Functional bags we still have, the alternate crafting system, which actually worked pretty well. The scripting got a little out of hand, but whatever. The scripting lag caused a bit of a problem, but nothing too bad. Jackson's Protect Favorites, which is actually pretty nice, so it makes sure you don't accidentally sell something you favorited. This is unequip your shield when you sheath. Unequip shield when you sheath it on you or your followers. This is a redone of the Lucky Dagger. And that's about it. That's about all of the mods. So let's move that back and run some Skyrim. Also, you might have noticed that I have changed up the graphic for this. I actually was tinkering with Premiere, so I've actually made a bumper for Not Another Skyrim mod show and Power Sunday, which is tomorrow, because Toku Saturday is today, but Toku Saturday isn't for quite a while. It doesn't start until 3:30 Pacific Standard Time p.m., and it's 4 a.m. My sleep schedule is all kinds of screwed up to this week. I've been trying to fix it, but not much luck. And there we go. I've got Frats up and running because I want to keep track that we're staying above 30 frames per second. So since I have set this thing to lock to 30 frames per second. I'm going to disable real-time protection because that's always an annoyance that pops up. Alright. So let's take a look. The first thing we'll probably notice, yes, this relays some object made up. Yes, 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 I know. Oh, something happened that wasn't expected. What happened? Maybe I was alt-tabbing too much. One of the big benefits of Mod Organizer also is that you can actually look at your save files and see if there's anything it's flagging as a mod you don't have. So I can always also look at that. Because I did test this not that long before streaming. Yeah, there are no errors, a bunch of warnings, so that looks fine. Saves, come on. Ah, Khajiit Experience, my own mod. So turning off my own mod broke it. Makes sense. Well, it doesn't make sense, but it's not something I can really. I'll have to look into see why my own mod broke it, but whatever. I'm sure it's not too big of a deal. I'm actually going to unlock MO while I'm going to unlock MO because I'd like to have open in MO on the side as at least an option, the faction close, so I can keep an eye on that. Faction close, Nexus info. Alt tab. There's there we go. Actually, one thing I should check, now that I've got MO up and running and so many mods that I consider my norm also running, I should see if I have all the mods I had previously before I switch over to MO for my old character. Yep, it was my own mod causing it to bark. So let's do a little save here. And actually, I should activate my voice morpher, shouldn't I? Get back into character.
Viola! Time to pay back the people of Evanston. And say if there's a ghost, it would probably be a good thing to, that's not a ghost. That's a corpse. And it looks a little fresh. Who said that? I'm not leaving until I take care of the threat to the people who were so good to me. So, if it is undead, fire magic might be a better idea. Before the Age of Man. Now, this isn't ominous at all. That seems to have done it. But the door out is blocked. Is there a way to get all three of them open? Oh, good thing I'm on this side. And no, it actually didn't get that one open, did it? Maybe this one open? Guess not. Guess if I want to get out, I'm going to have to choose a path. Note to self, be more careful. I do not have all that many lockpicks left. Caution. Saves me once again. Alright, where is this trap going to come out of? It's going to come out of there. So, if I stand here, and look at, oh, smart as a trap! Now, this should also be, actually, we should be seeing, and it certainly feels like it. It certainly feels like a graphics overhaul mod, and that would be whatever it's called. The vivid terrain. Alright, back in character. Another trapdoor. I may not be skilled enough to reliably remove the trap, and I don't want to risk my lockpick, but that doesn't mean I have to fall for the trap. Is that the ghost? I think the ghost has seen me. Potion of minor healing, minor magicka, stamina. Leave fate to chance. That ghost is not nearly as tough as he appeared to be. And there's the bloody face retexture, so that looks like it's doing a pretty good job. Wait, this guy isn't a ghost? What were you scheming? What were you scheming? And I started a fire, of course I did. What were you scheming? Camp inside the burrow, place control of my research. Burial chamber. Time undisturbed to find the claw? Cuss call today with that fool Wilhelm? Able to scare him off for railing some pottery shards in the bag. Far too superstitious. Gives me an idea. There's a few feelers are called a mixture that should do the trick. If the law is perfect, it's exactly like one of the supposed spirits. Or clearer than I could have imagined. All I could do was wander about the entrance to the burrow at night and wave. My arms out. Can't stop myself from laughing aloud. As they ran away, this should keep them. Several years passed, no signs of the claw any clues to its whereabouts. There's camp here. It must be the people Iris said. Bruise. Why are they tormenting me? Why not just destroy me? Just put within these walls will take my... And this is why magic terrifies me. Magic and alchemy. Not only did it turn me into a thrall, but it totally destroys this guy's mind. So apparently he was looking for some type of claw. That must be some type of key, this claw. Oh, I just found the key that opens that up. I was completely unaware that's what it was. Well, isn't that fun? What was the key for checking your status with bathing in Skyrim? Oh, right alt. So I'm getting there up in the dirt. Getting pretty filthy. And now I've got to find some way of getting back out. Well, I got them all open, which is good. And I suppose as I'm going back into town, I should change back over to my city wear. And I should show the innkeeper this strange journal.
Welcome to the Delamere Inn. If there's anything I can get you, just let me know.
I'm not going to steal that, but I was just kind of surprised it fell.
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother visiting Iverstead?
Because I owe them.
The gourmet's hiding out somewhere in Skyrim. You know, fella who wrote that book.
We don't get many visitors through here. Unless
There's a baby mama mod up again.
Of course. Need a room? Maybe a drink? You name it.
Tomorrow I do it. The clinic still has so much.
I'm looking for work. Got any leads?
Here, take a look at this.
Perhaps one.
Some of the Yarrow's men came by and left this bounty letter.
understand it, I see. Any other rumors?
Say there's someone in Riften that can change your face, make you look completely different. Do you believe that?
I actually might want to find them, since that might make me a little bit less, unusual.
Let me see that. I can't believe this. It was all just a fabrication of this Windelis character. Can't believe we were so stupid. Well, least I can do is give you something for taking care of her. If you won't accept it as a payment, consider it a gift.
You should join me on my adventures, 1,000 gold. I can recruit the innkeeper. Modern, that's absolutely amazing. No, but that's so cool.
If you're headed up to the monastery, watch your step. It's a long way down.
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother visiting Iverstead?
What do you want?
Here, have a drink on me, Nicholas.
Me?
Probably.
What's the point? I'm not very good.
I can hire him as well.
Very nice.
I
What do you
think
want?
play beautifully. It would be a shame if you stopped.
All right, Wilhelm. I suppose it's the least I can do for you.
I do like that, though. I can actually recruit anyone I'm friendly with. Actually, the mod allows you to recruit any. I just probably ask for they have to be friendly. Now, I was given something. What did that guy give me as payment? This? Other guy would definitely sit on in the doorway. And wait, what's this? Those markings remind me of the door. I wonder. What's this? Well, I could tell that was going to happen. The audio theme wasn't playing. I wonder what caused that. I think it's just scripting. I think the scripting was getting bogged down. Oh, well, I should have an autosave right outside of the inn. Alrighty. And I know what the override is, so I'm not going to bug with it. What do we have here? Priority. Let's see. Actually, let's look by category. Yeah, here's the armors. So I have this one activated. What is it? I might stick on the same one. That's kind of cool, but it, well, it says standalone actually, so it's not actually a replacer. Okay, so let's disable this. I just want to check out Major Reborn. So let's take a look at what that is. It's a retexture. So it's a standard retexture, okay. Re-enable the earrings mod. And left-hand ring. Try that. Stars of Skyrim. Elaborate textiles. I should have several of these. So let's go. By mod name. Yep, box it up. I'll take a look at the Dark Brotherhood mail at some point later on. As an armor, it looks like Dragon Priest, yeah. So that's a retexture. That's actually something I would like to say. The Mantle of Silver Hands, I'll enable that one. Successfully. out. I'm actually going to disable this mod. It says it is actually not recommended. And while the Meridian Air is kind of cool, it's not really getting any use, so I'm going to disable it as well. And the Dread Tentacles, again, not getting any use. They're kind of cool, but for purposes of testing, they're not really going to get any use in any reasonable amount of time. I'm actually going to activate that because I want to sort of pretend it's the shrine of the, maybe a different time. Models. Now, I do want to turn off all of these and activate them in a more slower process and see what's overriding what. Let's 6 miles each day. And while we're doing it, might as well switch Wrens around. redundant ones on these? Where's 15 million more? Has this stuff. Weapons. But not the actual landscape. The landscape stuff I was done by other ones. Next section. Ah, tinkering. Always a fun thing. These two doing the same thing, conflicting. HD detailed terrain. That's what I thought. That's conflicting. Since I'm using the winter overhaul, name that as the dominant, conflicting, HD enhanced terrain. So many distance terrain mods that also activated simultaneously. That's redundant. And that is not conflicting with anything. Okay, good. Better vampire eyes. Okay, what is this conflicting with? Eyes and setting. And what is this one conflicting with? and this one's conflicting with it. So those two are doing the exact same thing. So remove that. This is one of the great fun things about Mod Organizer. You can actually easily see what's conflicting, what you want to do about it. I'll leave that one there. Actually, might as well turn it off. Just sort of for fun. Conflicts. Protective female Nord Armor 1080 textures. So I've got two of these running at the same time. Yeah, I have the exact same thing twice. Let's go with the 1080 textures. And organizing it. Conflicts, alright. What's this conflicting with? Non-EMB patch 512. Okay. And what's this one conflicting with? So that's redundant. This is why I'm not using an EMB to turn off this one, because that's stupid. And it's actually, I have two of the same thing. And the all-in-one does that as well. Colin Bay, yeah. All-in-one. What's this one conflicting with? So I'll leave that one because it's an alternate. Oh, actually, I want to see what the original Dragon Ball refreshers look like before I look at the ultimate. And I'll leave this one here. And what does that leave mod count at? No, 255. Here's files in the override, of course not. This is not surprising. And we'll run sort. the old loot report, new loot report. And let's take a look at the details. Obsolete, update to latest version. Currently need to update Cleric. It will release for those who don't want to experiment. Experimental. And manager. Yes. I want to download it again. Race menu plugin is optional. So let's disable that. And you probably want to know how to do that, so it's very simple. I look for race menu, go over to the ESPs, available ESPs, move it up to optional, and bingo bango, it's no longer enabled. Let's see any other notes. Not seeing any other notable notes. I'm using a custom filter, so that should be fine. height-adjusted races with true giants. Alright, so let's take a look at that. Apparently there might be multiple ESPs that I've been running. HDIGHT. Nope, just the one. I can double check. Nope, only using one. Incompatible with Cloaks of Skyrim. With the compatibility patch. Winter is coming. So let's see, that is... This is a problem. Winter is coming cloaks. Incompatible with Cloaks of Skyrim, get the compatibility patch, and the Winter is Coming optional file. So the compatibility patch, we're looking for the compatibility patch. Do I have these? Enable the textures somehow. Textures coming close. 1K. TEXTURE. And we're also looking for the compatibility patch. And Winter is Coming's optional file. That cloaks of Skyrim is what we need to find. Optional trial there. We are still not seeing, though, which are coming. Compatibility patch, and then which is coming optional file. Might be on the front page instead of actually on the. Not the size. Alright, so what we're going to do, another fun feature with mod organizers is even when I clear them from this list, as long as they're still here, I can still do something like this. Reinstall mod. And then it goes back to the original zip file, or executable, or whatever you want to call it, and redoes the procedure. I'm just going to wait for that to finish extracting. I'm using the main plugin. The mod Cloaks of Skyrim. Only if you have Cloaks of Skyrim, this patch edits the levels list. There. That's what I needed. I want to do a replace. Here's our loot list. Anything else I need to keep an eye on? Nope, looks good. I do want to get rid of my damn bash patch because it's from an old thing, so let's go Skyrim mod series. Open up my Skyrim folder, Skyrim. Save it. Bash patch is gone. Refresh the data. Now here's something. I can click show only conflicts. That one I definitely need to disable since I don't have Skyrim redone actually installed. Refresh. Oh, it's a plugin thing? Oh, of the host conflict. Okay, let's go sort. Northbourne Fur Hut. I do not have that, do I? I'm going to sort. Alright. Anything of note? Claralux is still not updated for some odd reason. Having trouble downloading. Watch if I go to downloads. Clear that. For some reason that doesn't want to install. So what I'm going to do, download manually. Save. And I go to LUX. Reinstall mod. Claralux. Set data directory. Those are all listed as optional. Replace. Newest version is 4.0, but that's the experimental version. The new in-game menu. Description instructions. Okay, well, let's do a little bit of cleaning. Let's see here. game in the interior, exit the game. I think I'll just stick with the clear left way out instead of having to go through all that. Anything else in here I should deal with? That's fine. If it's going a bit fast for you guys, keep in mind I'm only looking for the words note or big red text or big yellow text. Alright, with all that tweaked and done about, let's test it all out. Let's see how it looks now. Of course, I'm going to have to deal with the damn hideout go pop up again. Wish there was a way to disable that. And my defrag is started up, of course. That probably explains some of the lag I was having since I had my defrag. Alright, let's try it again. Yes, I'm aware. Why am I having a runtime error? I don't think that's Skyrim that's giving an error. I think that's actually in Mod Organizer getting that error. Because you remember I couldn't download, I was having trouble with Claralux. I can't seem to get it to go away. It's my mouse that's crashed. I don't have a mouse pointer anymore. Just close it already. Yeah, was it actually Skyrim or was that? There's still downloads in progress. You really want to quit? Yeah. That's that's definitely related to Mod Organizer because of the Claralux downloading glitch. Let's try this again. Files on the overwrite, of course. Same files on the overwrite. Delete. Yes. Let's run the checks. Or only on failure. Let's do a full save. Certainly seems to be a lot smoother now. Another full save.
These vampires are becoming a real menace.
On your way up to 7,000 steps.
There we go.
Not today. I'm just not ready to make the climb to High Hrothgar. The path isn't safe.
Aren't the Greybeards expecting some surprise?
Honestly, I'm not certain. I've yet to be allowed into the monastery. Perhaps one day.
That's a quick save, by the way.
I wish I could... Passing through on your way to High Hrothgar? About to make a delivery up there myself.
I think you can tell me about High
I've been
Hrothgar.
to the monastery many times, but I've never even laid eyes on one of the Greybeards. Not that I'd care to. Being masters of Bethune, they could kill you by uttering a single word.
They're lovely.
Would. They seem peaceful, but I wouldn't want to provoke them.
Keep that in mind. So what type of delivery so you make to High Hrothgar?
Supplies like dry fried fish and salted meats. You know, things that keep fresh for a long time. The graybeards tend not to get out much, if you catch my meaning.
And in return?
Well, it's kind of an understanding between us. I mean, it just wouldn't feel right to charge them for a bit of preserved food. Trouble is, my legs aren't what they used to be, and climbing the 7,000 steps takes its toll.
I probably shouldn't be venturing up at 7,000 steps, but I do owe the people of this town. I can do it. I'll do it for you.
Really? Well, that would be kind of you. Here, take this bag of supplies. At the top of the steps, you'll see the offering chest. Just leave the bag inside, and you're done.
Anything I should watch out for during the climb?
Occasional wolf pack or stray, but that's all I've ever had to deal with. Shouldn't be a problem for the likes of you. Other than that, watch your footing. In these wintry conditions, the stairs can be treacherous.
I will keep that in mind. And since I am so filthy, that was probably a bad idea. Yes, I'll go into the rapids. That couldn't possibly go wrong, could it? What could possibly go wrong wandering into the rapids to wash up before seeing... what was I thinking? And I should probably change it to my armor. Since there could be wolves, as he said. So I should be using the 1K and less textures now, and you can definitely see it's not quite as detailed. But it's not bad. Certainly better than vanilla. Before the birth of men, The dragons ruled all Mundus. Their words were the voice, and they spoke only for true needs. For the voice could blot out the sky and flood the land. Now, I also have a mod that's just a 418th step, so I'm going to keep an eye out for a modified step. I'll have text on it. But it should be covered in snow. Come and get me. This stopped working. Always fun when that happens. Let's give it another shot, shall we? My organizer's still acting up. Don't need to worry about that. I know exactly what it is. It's the... Let's try it again. Probably need to redo it. It's probably what Skyrim's crashing. I mean, it did change a lot of mods, And I did create a couple of videos in Premiere, so. And it's kind of taking a long time to start up, which is weird. I think the warn only at game load is buggy. I'll probably end up just disabling that. Give the NCM some time to do its thing. So I haven't actually showed this to anyone, have I? The new settings. This is the recruitment. Anyone can be an adventurer, basically. It's anyone is an adventurer or something like that. So you can see your friends only. You can bribe, intimidate people into becoming an adventurer. Have more voice types. I chose to make them protected instead of essential, as you can just make them mortal. They have morality. Anything new in athletics? I'm still a novice. I'm a novice swimmer, but I'm an apprentice sprinter. That's interesting. And if you get high enough, you can actually sprint on water surfaces, which is kind of funny. Body facials, body change, body facials. I'll show you that. This is also something new. Immersive College of Winterhold. In-state Tolsteer is Archmage, instead of needing a separate mod for that. This mod does it all, instead of having, so this gives you this does a couple of things. It makes it more immersive, basically. That's alternative we've looked at. Factions. I'm not the faction thing or anything. Now, I wonder, factions, is that the status is the same thing? And that might be something I could just disable as well. This is follower commentary overhaul. Glimmer, goggles, and scatter. Does all kinds of different things. It allows you to mark people. What's the zoom about? Lanterns of Skyrim, we've looked at before. Locational damage, a relatively new one. Haven't really had a chance to take advantage of locational damage. Can I adjust the timescale? I really should install a timescale adjuster mod, because I think 20 is way too fast. Player stats. Player skills. Skill mod. Power mod. Weather. Yeah, so it doesn't actually.
Keep an eye out for wolves if you're headed up the path to High Hrothgar.
What are you doing?
Spend time up here. Walk the steps. Meditate on the emblem. Doesn't hurt when I bag some game along the way.
Do you visit the graveyards?
They're not the sort to take visitors. But I never go that high up the path anyway. Some folk who make the trip leave them food or other essentials, but not to make conversation.
I see.
All right, then.
Now, the new MCM menu has been configured. What? I'm much seeing it. Oh, Moorhunt showed up.
Yeah? All right.
No, that's the Zoom one. But I'm not sure what's considered mouse button 4 or 5 on this mouse of mine. But that's kind of nice. I can actually turn the camera around easily with the press of a button.
Yeah?
Emblem 2. Men were born spread over the face of London. The dragons presided over the crawling masses. Men were weak then, and had no lives. I can usually figure out why Skyrim crashes, and it's usually down to one thing. Scripts. Typically, if the game is acting slow, it's because scripts are trying to all fire at once, and they typically clash, and the firing scripts cause the system to hang. I just switched it over to one-handed. Figured it'd be useful. I'll use unlock grip to change the grip on my weapon. I heard the wolf. I must have hit the wrong button somewhere. Keep it as a one-hander. It must be because it's naturally a two-hander. It's having trouble switching over. Keep it as a two-hander then. Emblem 3. The fledgling spirits of men were strong in old time, unafraid to war with dragons and their voices. But the dragons only shouted them down and broke their hearts. I'm going to take the offering. Emblem 4. Time called on Parthenax, who pitied men. Together they taught men to use the voice. Then dragon war raged, dragon against tongue. Well, that was interesting. Let's try that again. maybe I should have done that from the start. Leave faith a chance. I just won. This will definitely be of use. And now sneak attack for 1.5 times damage. Trap style sneak attack for 3 times damage. $69% dirty. Insert joke here. The Sith emblem, made prevailed, shouting Alduin out of the world, proving for all that their voice is too strong, although the sacrifices were manifold. Emblem 6. With roaring tongues, the Sky Children conquered, founding the first empire with sword and voice, while the dragons withdrew from this world. Six, 7. The tongue at Red Mountain went away humbly. Jurgen Windcaller began his 7-year meditation to understand how strong voices could fail. You can kind of see Red Mountain in the distance. Or I could just be all the fog and I'm up just a regular mountain. That is some view. Skyrim is a harsh mistress. Especially in the winter. Makes Saturalia such an odd holiday for such harsh weather. I'll never understand the Nords. I'd rather be back in Cyrodiil. Emblem 8. Jurgen Windcaller chose silence and returned. The 7 disputants could not shut him down. Jurgen the Calm built his home upon the throat of the world. Out of character note, I am still trying to keep an eye out for the 418th step mod. But maybe I'm just blind, I just don't see it. Or maybe it's around here. For years, all silent, the Greybeard spoke one name, Tiber Septim. Stripling then was summoned to Hrothgar. They blessed him and named him Dovahkiin. That must have been a very unusual experience for Tiber Septim. I hope the Greybeards aren't going to mind if I step inside of their monastery. Emblem 10. The voice is worship. Follow the inner path. Speak only in true need. That was an odd sensation. It's supposed to be a 418th step mod, though, which is kind of annoying. I really shouldn't take their potions, should I? limit supplies. Nope. The door is locked. And of course, it's night. Well, if they can do it, if they can endure this type of environment, then I suppose I should be able to do it. I guess I'll meditate. For a few hours at least. Then make my way back down the mountain. Just move. If maybe I can actually just climb down the mountain. Carefully. If I just, brace myself against the wall, wall side, and let myself slide down. Careful, careful, Pippa. Maybe this wasn't your best plan, Tessa. Maybe, just maybe, you should have taken the long way. Instead of trying to shortcut your way. Okay. I walked down the opposite side of the mountain. Huh. I suppose the Divines had a meeting for that, because I did want to check out Helgen, and I did want to check out Right Run, and now I'm relatively close to both of them. Well, it's just be interesting to see what. Oh, I succumb to my wounds. So you can actually die with death alternative. I see. Maybe I could take a moment and collect myself. Looks like there's a worm. Is this? This is Riverwood, I think. Oh, Riverwood's pretty close to Helgen, so I suppose I can investigate Helgen.
Feindal thinks he can woo Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already mine, I keep telling him.
Just ignore the egotistical bard. Think that could happen. I think my save is just outside of Riverwood. Wow, I still wanted to check out something while I was here. And there was one armor. I know I disabled a lot of them, but I want to make sure that the one that I was really interested in was still in here. This one, what is this one? Is this the one I was thinking of? Yeah, it's like, mod organizer. I can give it up, because I can't pull up the Nexus information. everything and activate it. Really, the only one it could be is the one I was trying to look at. Everything's installed. Hmm. Actually, it's a good thing it crashed because I walked right past the end, and one of the things I want to do is check out the Immersive Taverns mod to see if the actual tavern will look different than the other one, because we've only seen one tavern so far. Of course, I also have Innkeeper's Sleep mod. It's almost midnight, so it'd be nice to see if Delphine was actually going to sleep. Of course, I can imagine her not going to sleep because she's also a special type of innkeeper. Hey, it looks like the Skycatcher's finally doing its thing right. Nope. Still going to warn us on failure. That's a bummer. When I hear that sound, I keep expecting to see like a Santa in the sky, and I'm so surprised they have not made a mod that has Santa flying across the sky of Skyrim. And switch over to my big clothes. Hopefully they're a little bit more open to Imperials than Windhelm was. Even one who's covered in filth, such as myself.
Ragnar,
Are you listening?
Hard not to.
The ale is going bad. We need to get a new batch. Did you hear me?
Yep, ale's going bad.
I guess you don't have potatoes in your ears after all. Just make sure we get a fresh batch in soon.
She's sleeping, it looks like. Okay, curiosity. Can't open it. Is she sleeping as well? He did. So she woke him up just to tell him the ale's going bad and we need to replace it.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Have you heard any rumors?
Looking at the Riverwood trader had his store broken into the other night. Oddly enough, barely anything's been stolen.
Anything else?
Don't trust those mages way up north in their college. God's only know what they do up there.
Anything else?
We've got something of a love triangle here in Riverwood. Faendal and Sven, both vying for Camilla's affections.
I see. And are you shopping
Once
now?
you clean up, you know how to use it, right? Mix a couple of
Kinda,
ingredients
sorta.
together, see what happens. A little wheat and blisterwort makes a healing potion. We have plenty of ingredients for sale, too. All
I
right,
don't know if I have to wake up Delphine just to get a room. I suppose I kind of have to.
How do you feel? Yes? Hmm?
Thank you.
You're that visitor been poking around.
I'd like
Sure
to
thing.
room.
It's yours for a day.
Oh, aren't you going to show me to it? I guess not. Granted, I just wake you up in the middle of the night, so fair point. I'm going to get a beer. No. Clearly not. Here. there it is.
What are you staring at?
Nothing.
Sure I am. We got some firs and tree branches, paint them white, and then tie them to stone. Instant frostbite spider.
Rodnar, nobody's gonna believe that your dog is a frostbite spider. And if they do, they'll kill him. That's not much of a prank.
Oh yeah? And what would you rather do?
How about we play tag? You're it.
Hey, no fair! Get her, Stump! I heard Lucan yelling the other day about a thief breaking into a store.
Well, that's a
It wasn't me,
bug.
honest.
I'll have to reinstall that mod, see if it fixes her face missing.
Ain't every day we get visitors in Riverwood.
Can you craft something for me? What do you need? Okay. Got my crafting mod. Pop up the window.
Whatever you need. Buy you smear if it's simple and strong.
Do you need help around the forge?
Yes, actually. How about you smith me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead.
Good. I want to learn a little bit of smithing. Just a little.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little.
You looking for a new blade? That's a decent weapon you've made there.
And one of the maps, I think, is under jewelry, so I'm trying to see if I can get there. Ash mask, Draugr. I guess there are earrings, so there's those. I think it's trying to trick her the other one.
What? You looking for a new blade?
Crafting mod's ingenious, but it seems like the scripts don't want to fire. At least on my setup.
Iron or steel is what you need. Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just need a bit of metal and the grindstone over there. Mm-hmm.
There's the eyewear. Definitely some interesting things here. Could craft in the future. Here's a swashbuckler armor.
Whatever you need. My Izmir, if it's simple and strong, I can forge it.
Like me, a firewood, and a leather for a couple of things I want to craft.
You looking for a new blade? This looks good. You put time into your blades. They'll serve you well when you need them. You want to keep helping? How about you make some armor? Let's start by tanning some leather on the rack. The finest weapons and armor. Aye.
So those are the storage items thing. A leather strip. Hooded jewelry. I need leather strips and a steel ingot. And I need more leather strips, basically. I need silver ingots and an inkwell.
Whatever you need. You looking for a new blade?
Because I used the,
Take a look.
I think I used the leathery one in temper.
Until next time. Iron or steel is what you... the finest weapons and armor. Aye.
That is so weird. Definitely gonna have to find a way of fixing that. Now that AC tape and the glasses.
Warhammer would crush a giant's head like a walnut.
Starting a little bit more.
You the sneaky type? Got some nice daggers around here somewhere.
Bring the leather to Alabama.
What do you want? Yeah?
Here's that leather you wanted.
Ah, good. A lot of weapons and armor need leather for straps, fittings, that kind of thing. Let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need. All right then.
I need leather, inkwells, and a silver ingot.
Whatever you need. My spirit is simple and strong. I can forge it. You looking for a new blade?
Interesting.
Iron or steel is what you need. Leave that fancy elven stuff to the elves. I could forge you a war hammer that would... You the sneaky type? Got some nice daggers around here. Huh. I should hire you to be my assistant at this rate. Let's improve the fit. Take this leather to the workbench over there.
Let's see if you've got...
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
See if you've got a silver ingot. I don't think he does.
All right, then. What do you... You have talent. Keep working. Why don't you keep that dagger and helmet? Maybe you'll remember me when you're making Skyforge steel, huh?
Yeah, I'm never making Skyforge steel. Sorry.
Papa isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
Alright, head to the Riverwood Trader, see if I find an inkwell and some silver there. And lighten up my path a bit. Guess I'm actually using the high heel physics now. As I try out this armor set, Empire Coat. Story-wise, she's just trying to make a really nice outfit so she looks important. She has to talk about that, so she's going to be like...
But the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop.
Saying the false
Riverwood Trader is
reason.
everything you need in a general store. Some
Okay,
may
that's
call this
pretty
junk. Me, I call them treasures.
I need an amulet of RK. I don't see silver ingots. Inkwell, I'm not seeing either. Well, I could definitely use oak flesh, that's for sure. You know, some really good stuff here. Actually, make more soup. Let's see. Nope, doesn't have anything there. So, did something happen?
Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in. We still have plenty to sell. Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament. Solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw.
I get some stuff like that. I can help get it back.
Good. I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back. Now, if you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow, northwest
So this is your
of
plan,
town.
Lucan?
Yes. So now you don't have to go, do you?
Oh, really? Well, I think your new helper here needs a guide.
Well, no, by the 8, fine. But only to the edge of town.
We have to go through town and across the bridge to get to Bleak Falls Barrow. You can see it from here, though.
You're new around here, so
Apparently I'm still wearing glasses. Oh, that's kind of neat.
easy on you, but don't get on my bad side.
Papa isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
Mad out there.
Get me mad, and I'll prank you. And not a little, a lot.
What else?
My
If
father
you
is
two don't get out of the way.
blacksmith. I'm his assistant. I mean apprentice.
Ugh, everybody around
Serious.
here is so serious.
I wonder why they only stole Lucan's golden claw. I mean, we have plenty of things in the shop that are worth just as much coin. Lucan found the claw about a year after he opened the store. He never quite explained where he got it. He's a tricky one.
I guess Helgen can wait. Wait, I picked up the flesh. Like, I forget to even do anything with it. Advanced tracking of anyone who kills the bandit leader, or yeah. There's the oak flesh. It actually looks like wood. Almost forgot to do something. I got the left-hand range mod, and I never actually equipped it. So I should have a ring on each hand. And I also installed a mod that would allow me to have earrings and bracelets, so I'm going to have quite a bit of jewelry for my character. Let's go with stamina. Minor knight probably make more sense. Oh, don't tell me. Am I actually wearing a Khajiit mask under my... I'm wearing it under my helmet. My character is now disguising herself as a Khajiit. Oh, I definitely got to get her a Khajiit tail now. I'm not going to craft her a tail. That is going onto my equipment list. Okay. Okay. Focus. Yes, now, sneak attack, and then casting light. That should be an interesting combo. Also need to have that in one of my groups, don't I? Actually, let's invest something into alteration. Maybe speech. What is going on here? I don't remember activating any of these. Something weird happened. Oh well. Something gave me those perks. Whatever.
I was just hearing things.
I am apparently so hidden that they can't see me. I guess it was a bit stormy.
Lucky shit. I know I heard something.
Hello? Who's there? Someone there?
The weather seems to be causing some scripting pausing. I'm pausing due to scripting. I'm going to pull. I'm going to log. Quick. There's a patch fix for that face bug. change the rates, alternate messages, change how they look, this belief most recently too, my raise. Complaints or criticisms. Alright, so this, set NPC weight 0. Disable, enable, okay. Keep that in mind. And while I'm here, I might as well do a search. Driver. Okay. I mean, give them the face. Oh. J-H-A-J-I-T-T. Khajiit and Argonian gloves. This should be interesting. Let's see them in the chest under a bridge in Whiterun. Add file to the data folder. Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay. Cheap. Khajiit. Alright, look at this. please follow me. Yeah, I definitely need to reboot my system's kind of hanging. Can I actually close this? Hopefully that didn't break the game. But we'll give it a shot and see what happens. Yeah, I have definitely got to reboot, because this is not going to work. progress. So I have to turn off one ESP, it looks like. Well, actually turn off the mannequin. I think I can live without bigger dragons. I still like to see them attack. It's not that big of a deal. The retexture of the armor. What's this? Optional ESP. Keep that. Since I never saw that, let's just keep it stable. And let's see what else. I'm just going to rename this one, get rid of that, those converted characters. I'm actually gonna get rid of that one because it basically turns into a switchblade. That's the one I wanted padded for armor. There's files in the override, of course. And on sort. And then what I will do is actually reboot. And hopefully I can still come back and it won't have killed the start. The stream will still go even though I'm rebooting. We'll see. No errors. Quick check through here for anything of note. I definitely need to contact these Digigrade seat modders and see if they can make a version that's actually an acceptable boot, because this is a rather fun idea I just suddenly had. Alright, so I'm going to close that, close MO, close OBS, alrighty, I am back. Alrighty, I am back, and it looks like YouTube does actually have the functionality that, yeah, I can actually, if need be, reboot and come right back. Health is good. Open up Mod Organizer. Alright. Steam is required. And now I have to get it to run Steam. I'm logged into Steam now. It should work a lot better. I'll go turn off. Yes, continue loading. And we will see. You no longer feel dirty. You are filthy! Yep. That system definitely pause when there's a script update. Which makes sense. Not the most powerful of things after all. Wait, dwarven goblet. But you're apparently inferior to my steel Nordic goblet. Alright. Certainly look filthy. Look at those dirt cheaters. Beating in Skyrim is a very fun mod, but good grief. It seems like it's impossible to find an actual place you can be where you're not going to be swept out to sea or drowned. And that's assuming you're not using the mod where heavy armor actually does drag you to the bottom. And I'm going to be over-encumbered when I get done here, but that's fine. I need a little bit more tools to work with anyway. Pick R. hell of a worse script is finally firing.
Now, ain't this a surprise? Where are you?
They're probably got a dozen scripts that are trying to catch up now. you.
Tell you what, you start running so I can stab you in the back.
I'm trying to see if I can find the Vita emblems that I just added. Let's see. Actually, you're supposed to be able to disguise yourself as a bandit faction. Is there, if you're wearing bandit clothes, but does that work? No. B-A-N-D-I-C. Help. SBO. C-U-I-R-A-S-S. You should follow up your ass talk about. K-O-N-I-A. Alright, well let's just try this. If I switch out my gear for what I took from the bandits, will I pass as a bandit faction? It's working! And that's the Fat Bastards mod.
Yes.
So the question is, yep, it's completely working.
Say the colony moving around Sarsas. Mages in a berry. No good can come of that.
I totally think I'm one of them. Hey, everybody! We got the one they knocked up. We got a fat bastard in this place. We've got 2 pregnant thugs, bandit thugs. I'm glad we don't have to go and kill them all. Yeah, no, she's not carrying a baby. That would have been weird. Now, if I remember correctly from the mod author, or from a review of it, if you were to actually loot them, you're supposed to be able to get the body shape. So I'm kind of curious. I'm going to save. Well, I'm not sure if you can activate it, but I'll give it a try.
Keep your hands behind you. Once more, and I'm gonna have to kill you. And what might you need?
Yeah, it does actually does do that. And you're back to normal, so good to know. That the mod actually, if you want to make your character pregnant, you can literally just kill a pregnant NPC and steal their clothes. Is a heck? Save data is corrupt and cannot be recovered. That's weird. Let's try that again. I didn't do anything particularly special. All I did was test out a theory. By killing one bandit. Well, that's weird. Oh, if it's just that save, that should be fine. I should be able to move forward. I can just go back to when I first entered. Okay, it looks like SKSP is acting weird. Because it keeps going back to this. I can't seem to escape out of it. I think might be what's causing the save to become corrupt. So. I'm going to go back to the last save that I know is good. And I'm also going to log in and back out. That's great. I think what I just clicked on having to change the item. I think it's literally a case of there's still a lot of old scripts they're trying to catch up. So let's try this one. The autosave from when I first hadn't even leveled up. Applied my, put on the equipment, so none of that. And I'll give it a couple of minutes for any scripts that are lagging behind to catch up. Cannot be loaded. Alright, so I guess I'll move to a further save back. That's weird. I wonder if one of the things I disabled is causing this. Let me check mod organizer. Save. Missing ESP is none, missing ESP is none, missing ESP is none, missing ESP is none. If I can load that one, that'd be right before I even started fighting any of them. File me overwrite. Cat file. It's a log file. Okay, fine. Do a quick sort then. But I shouldn't be dealing with a corrupt save. Unless, of course, if, as I suspect, a bunch of scripts have backed up and that is corrupted save because they're all trying to fire immediately upon loading. Number of warnings, total number of messages. Thing is moot. Nothing seems to be a note. all my haircuts have actually had corruption. I've had crashes, but no actual corrupt cities. So it works for crashes. I've never actually had a case where, you know, you actually get into the city and like, oh, corrupt city, can't afford it. Let's try this one. Save game ported cannot be loaded. Troubleshooting time. Let's turn up more clock, shall we? Let's see how far back that the tube is. I suspect it may actually go back as far as computer. Let me do something. I suspect it may go back as far as when I was crafting in Riverwood.
Because that's when we started having that's when I started having all of the stacking script issues. So we tried that one. Let's try this one. That's right. That was the save from right before I rebooted. I also definitely think I'm going to turn up Jackson's FPS tester because it's kind of annoying and it causes problems when you're doing stuff like this and trying to troubleshoot it. So I'm just going to remove that. This one. Yes, I'm aware. Well, I'm hearing music. That's a good sign. Thought so. Now, granted, it could still give me the error in a couple more seconds, but I thought that it was the tester that was the problem. It's not the tester itself that was corrupting the save. It's trying to check the SKS scripts on load. And there's SKS scripts that are trying to load, and that are clashing, and it's causing a script overflow error. In fact, I am so confident that's the issue. I'm confident this one will work. I know my coding glitches. What did I say? Like I said, the tester itself isn't a bad plugin. it ran all this time without problem. It's just that it's trying to stop all scripts from running so it can test them first, and there's some script backlog that is an issue because my system isn't really up to snuff. So let's save here. Now let me find out something. Let me test help. Cheat. HTTP, mod, race, magic book, armor, tail, Khajiit hand. That's what I want. So, player dot, we can just say that she took it off of the Khajiit outside that she had to kill. Add item C4000 D631. And we're going to be adding the tail as well, the HTTP tail, which is 2F 00 C AA 8. The tail doesn't want to attach in the right place. There we go. Now it's in the right place. Now I just need a mod so I can wear multiple gloves, and she could actually disguise herself as a Khajiit. Well, that's the plan now. I'm just going to put these three in a completely new group and see what happens. 1, she switches over to city gear. It says OBS. It says not receiving data at a fast enough rate in OBS. Let's see. Settings. Everything is as it should be. Now the gear isn't changing. I'm looking to see if Sky UI, if I somehow change the keybinds for it. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3. So trippy being able to walk through abandoned camp and can basically don't know that you're not abandoned. finally power sprint is ready. Alright, now let's load that. And see if I can get the scripts to fire to change the equipment. I think it's actually it was changing in the background. Yeah, a bunch of scripts just trying to fire, of course. Yeah, it's scripts once again acting up. That's literally what's causing the corruptness. Scripts are fired, and I'm not giving them time to go. So when I know the script's starting to slow down, I need to just let them do their thing, even if it requires a save and a reload. I know that one worked. I'm guessing the problem is whatever is causing the Jack Silver's positioner thing to pop up.
And now we're back to working the way it should. Let's move on. have to be calm. He thinks you're one of their guys, and you can just walk past him, get the call, walk out, and no one has to get hurt. Well, that was bad. Why are eye tracking not working? Leather armor. That's not too bad. I'll give you something, don't worry. How about some hide armor? Why? Oh, what? Where? What? Does those move? And when he pulls the lever, snake, water bag. Those are all hooks. Of course. It's a trap. You need the combination. It's like picking a lock. You need to find the combination in order to open it. Well then, here goes nothing. is acting incredibly weird. I also have some audio lag, so I'm guessing there's a script lag as well that I'm trying to catch up to. Dwarven sword. Alright, so I've gotten past the bandits, but there's no telling if that's the end of it, so let's be cautious. Well, clearance is part of the, you died when you tried to open it. Looks like I'm seeing errors in OBS as well, so let's see here. What can I do? What can I do? Yeah, I'm not getting any audio either. My audio is horribly delayed. Yeah, I'm getting terrible lag. I think that's it. I think I should call it for the day. Yeah, I'm not even hitting the audio anymore. I definitely think it is time to take a break. Yeah, there are some definite scripting lag on.
Is someone coming? Is that you, Hot Deer? Bjorn? Jolene?
One thing I found that can fix the scripting back logs is to simply wait for an hour or two. That's what I'm going to do before logging. Yeah, the audio's still out of sync.
But I need help.
So let's try this. Because I actually can wait for 30 days. Top 3 hours. When you're unattacked, don't fire. And a reasonable amount of time, there's a problem. Nope. Getting a little bit better though. I definitely think it was just the scripts needed time to catch up. So, since I haven't actually done it, and it is something that one of the mods enabled, I am going to do something incredibly crazy. And, well, first I'll do a full save. Behold how long I can, the maximum wait time. I'm doing that. That should give the script plenty of time to reset. That's roughly 3 months from game time. Let's just go to 900 by then. That should open plenty of time for the scripts to do their thing. Oh, there's graphics though. Oh, it's kind of cool if you can do it. It's still a bit delayed, but not as bad as it's been. This is intricate spider web, medium texture,